It's time to start what is apparently like the second half of this case. Is just all investigated for like 3 hours. Which I'm going to make into like 5 hours. Because I'm a reader. Still can't quite believe what just happened. The exact thing we thought would happen happened. That's stupid and crazy. Like some stuff irrelevant, but that might not be the case. We still have a lot of shit in here. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. To recover from mental breakdown. Man, no one ever takes me to the hospital to recover from my mental breakdowns. I just have to sit with it. That's fucked up. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open, so that I can claim the truth that is rightfully mine. Is it wrong of me to do that? No. I'm fully in the right. We gotta get a story, baby. That's all that matters. Runo! Oh, Iris. I have to be important in this game somehow. I haven't actually done anything this entire second game. You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. No, we've been fine. I kinda just woke up. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Though then again, waking up is the most exhausting part of the day. Like, getting out of bed? That shit's a struggle. You tried it before? That shit sucks. Do you know where Mr. Shlomes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave." I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, I'm sure no matter what mystery he's pursuing, it's going to end up being that one. And you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. No. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? Oh man, we're gonna have to destroy the government again. Oh no, I feel so bad about destroying the British government. He knows very well that when you open someone else's own wounds, you often open your own too. Well, he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. He's too autistic about it, don't you know? That's so true, bestie. God, you're so right, bestie. Love you. But that's what I like about Hurley, after all. Suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. You must figure out the mystery no matter what. I'm trying to find the best position for my mic today, but it's not like... I'm not consistently making it into the yellow. I'm like consistently into like the -20s on the green, which feels a little low in terms of volume. I'm not sure how it sounds on your end. Good morning, Josephine. Welcome, welcome. How you been doing this? Let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. I invented a new one today. Oh, do you have time, Iris? I mean, you're so busy. You're so busy being a 10-year-old child. Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Doing okay. Iris. That's fair. I have forced myself out of bed, and, like... Despite me being up and streaming, I am still under my blanket because it is cold today. Mainly because the house that I live in has zero inhalation. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. I should have fell asleep on time for once. And Ocean started screaming again after barely doing that at all the past 2 weeks. Well, yeah, because you weren't up. They were worried about you. They were so worried about you being asleep. They're like, no, they're dead. She's dead, Jim. Wake her up. You do? Poor Mr. Shlomes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Alright, Susato, you can stop sucking dick one of these days. You fucking kiss ass. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Our investigation? You haven't been here this whole fucking time. Oh, there's something I have to do first. Alright, never mind. There's nothing I have to do first. I'm trying to get that achievement, but I still haven't. Like, where do we get this? Oh, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Which one? The one that's for, reading all of Iris's Blackboard things. All of those conversations. Which, I mean, it makes sense. I still haven't gotten to the final case yet, technically. Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well, none of which we didn't already know out of universe, but in universe, they're brand new information. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuya Mishima. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. He is quite clear now. I don't know how he did it, but he's become completely transparent. It's horrifying to see. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed by Genshin Impact. No, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. He's just getting into his role of being a prosecutor, you know. What's going on in his head, I wonder? Could it be about wanting to find the truth about his family? No, that's stupid. He's just being weird. He's just being a weird little freak. I really need to sit down with Cosma and try to understand what he's going through. Maybe give him a little kiss. Maybe just be gay with him for a while. That would cheer him up. So, Mr. Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered. And not a few months ago? Like, we saw him get choked to death like 8 months ago. See it over there. This is quite the weird development. The man really did die twice. And Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see. What, the day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zeeks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the markings of a wonderfully devilish plot. I can't wait to find out all the people Gregson killed. Why was that noteboard in there covered in all those particular cases? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. It could mean anything. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. I was more hoping for something deliciously devilish, you know, something I could eat. We haven't eaten in a few days, Runo. Fucking... Shaloms isn't really paying the bills anymore. We're fucking losing it here. We're going to get thrown out of the house, Runo. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Oh, okay. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Although, really, I should have expanded my mind more. Because that seems like something, obviously, we'd have to do. Well, according to his entry in his diary, which I have stolen now, I have it here, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Shlomes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Sounds like a fucking load of bullshit. Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Now I know he's a dangerous lover of fish and chips. Man, there isn't one good cop other than Ginna, is there? I thought there might be two. But no, they're all shitheads. Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Naruhodo, I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about, actually. Naruhodo, I think you might be fucking stupid. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Bonjour. Hey, I am doing okay. Very cold. Kinda lonely, so just kind of existing. But, you know, we're here. We're here, I'm yapping at y'all, so we're gonna have a good time. Gishul, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? What a fucking wild coincidence that that became relevant. That's right, to ask Mr. Shlomes if he would help her find her missing husband. Man, it's almost like all of this has been written and preordained by a higher power. Only Mr. Shlomes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? You know which one? Can we harass him? Like, we kinda need to harass him. It's St. Signers. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Have we only the one hospital? Well, we've only made one model for a we've only made one background for a hospital, and we're not gonna fucking make a second one. Like, are you kidding me? This was a 3DS game. We're not gonna go through that much effort, dog. There's only so much we can do, Naruhodo. We're gonna reuse these assets as much as we fucking can. Oh, that's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. And you have some good news to present her. That her husband's been unemployed for 10 years. She's gonna be fucking thrilled to hear about that. Yeah, hopefully it will warm up. Well, how I'm dealing with it right now is that I'm hoping I can get my roommates to, like, turn on the heating. Because, like, you know, I have quite a few roommates, so we need to all agree on it. Or at least, like, a majority of people gotta be okay with it. And, until then, I am in my blanket. Even while streaming, I am in the blanket. Well, I suppose I have. By accident. But you know, that's how we solve all the mysteries here, so like, fuck it. 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! When the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed, and then he immediately dismissed himself out of the balcony window. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. Don't worry, it gets worse. Don't worry, Iris. We can make your anxieties far worse than they are. While he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Probably just to give him more time to jack off. Like, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Kenny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good. They started making trouble in my neighborhood. Including you, Runo. I know what you've done. She pulls a knife. She's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. Yet. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to the hospital, then. We never get to leave. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? I need to threaten people with my gun. That will get 'em talking. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will show them straight. That water pistol? Oh, it's not a water gun anymore. It's stuffed full of piping hot, extra special blend of mine. I can now use Scald, everyone's favorite water-type move. And I'm quite sure it will be very effective. Oh, Iris, that's assault. Oh, Iris, you could give someone permanent third-degree burns with that. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Shlomes is nowhere to be seen, but, you know, he'll pop up later. This investigation is like 3 hours long. We're gonna have to do the fucking dance with him at some point. Yes! Oh, they don't let us sit here anymore. Look, some of these places are just like, no. You've been banned. Waits for some time. Maybe we should go to the prison first, or maybe here first. Who knows? I don't think the legal, our attic will be of much help, so let's... Oh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to go everywhere eventually, so we might as well just go in order. No arguments. Prosecutor Asogi. We will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma Mishima! Lying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Hey bestie, how you doing? You still hate me? Kazuma. No, how are we supposed to have Yaoi like this? He left without saying a word. What the fuck? Yes? What are you doing here? Well, we don't have any particular reason to be here. We're kind of just showing up. You know, for funsies. Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it last longer than necessary. God damn it, if it ended today, I wouldn't have been found guilty for it. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43... And we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous, not even 5 minutes? Alright, I can solve this in 5 minutes. Hey, Strongheart, it was you. Yeah, you're the one who did it. And you're the Reaper, you've done all this shit. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. What information am I getting from him? Who knows? Hey, the Weeper. Does Professor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. You think I fucking asked him? It was 10 years ago in that fateful closed trial that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. The next trial, he thought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. He pointed a gun at all of them. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. I have it written down in my book. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believe Lord Van Zieks was responsible somehow? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. He must have had a solid alibi then. That, or he had no alibi, and it was obviously just an accident. You think the regulations are good enough in this time period to where that shit wasn't happening on the regular? Like, people were getting fucking chewed up into machines like crazy back in this day. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unnatural circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidence. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. The impact of that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? No. Precisely. Hey, why is it a closed trial? Like, that's what he asked. Like, hey, I know we just established this, but hey, why is this a closed trial, actually? This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professor's? The trial of Genshin Impact? To see if it truly was scum? Correct. And we've tried that every Hoyoverse game gets thrown in the gallows. Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entrusted me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. Here we are 10 years later, with the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. Violence breeds violence and all that. You say that what goes around comes around. And in yaoi fanfiction, known as Ace Attorney, everyone comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Asuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact matter that I prescribe. And with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cop being out of step with the others. Every one of them will be equally as racist. Just as is meant to be. If I see any of them giving mercy to a minority, I will crush them beneath my boot. Oh. You know, that actually makes sense for how the first game went. Like, Ryunosuke was like, oh, wait a minute. You're telling me that wasn't just people being shitty to me, and it was actually, like, just the system that was in place? Oh, like, he only now realizes. The young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine. I will be forced to take steps. At least 3. Over to my desk. Before I pass out. After drinking a little bit too much. Raped. What do you mean? That's something with which you need to concern yourself. Look, I'm definitely not going to kill him. That'd be crazy. I'd buy someone else to kill him. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed with attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm going to kill you next.
Wonder if you might agree. Plus, talking with Prosecutor Isogi? Please, please.
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you.
Now I'm going to leave before you find out where his office is.
Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not sure at all I know how to talk to him at the moment. He's been so distant. Yeah, join the club, idiot. Second of November. There he goes reading again. Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look, he does know how to read. I never expected. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. I mean, if we keep annoying him, eventually he'll come over. Hey, Van Zeeks. What
do you Nipponese want?
That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? With racism?
Look, it's mandated by Strongheart. You know how it is. Perhaps not.
Hmm?
I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? I think I threw up in my mouth saying that. Disgusting.
Lord Van Zeek speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. It does feel very, very strange. Alright, what the fuck's wrong with you then?
I must say, I was impressed.
What the fuck voice did I give this guy?
Must say, I was impressed.
Oh, well, thank you. Like, Naruhodo twirls his hair a bit, even though he has no hair to twirl. Like, hee.
Not by you. By your fellow Nipponese. Your prosecutor friend.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years.
Played the part. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe that you were the Reaper because it helps reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London, even though studies show that that isn't actually the case at all.
Yes, well, those studies haven't been out yet. Keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause. A cause I myself am committed to pursuing. And why would I choose to say anything?
I don't know.
for the fun of it.
But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it?
Yeah, and if I die, I die. You really think I care?
Someone is clearly profiting from your silence after all this. About all this. Someone is using you. We'll never be able to figure out who. Who could possibly be the one benefiting? Could it be the one who made it up in the first place and told you to be silent about it?
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization?
Well, no, it's more of like a whole government, but fuck, I gave the game away. It's inconceivable that all these accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Somebody at... You can't mean... You mean the cops are evil? No, that's crazy. That would never be the case. What? That's wild. I just love when games have, like, try to be twisty like this. It's like, wait a minute. I mean, the cops were bad guys? But those are implicitly good. And you're just like, guys, come on. I know the game takes place in the 1900s, but the viewers don't. Like...
Taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
No. No. Gregson? The Reaper? That's crazy. But he's dead. He died like 8 months ago. No, I guess the Reaper hasn't killed anyone recently. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper, even though he was clearly scared of the Reaper and wanted to get Genna out of the country so that she would avoid the Reaper. I don't know, I feel like this is, because you're saying it so plainly, the twist is gonna be that Gregson isn't the Reaper.
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. A highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. There's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy... that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself, obviously. We pay people to do that. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Sorry, that's not Iris. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters for the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings, then. I mean, I don't think that part really matters.
Actually, I do have a name.
You what? You what?
A fucking fish from SpongeBob. That doesn't narrow it down, but you know the gif I'm talking about.
Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin. Okay. Yeah, good one, guys. Very subtle. Wait, what? True name of the terrifying killer I know only too well. Okay, well she's dead and has been in Japan this whole time? Came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. That woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, this is the perfect place to discuss this. We can't mention it here, now if these fucking cops are around. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson, because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Look at how happy she is. We could crush that smile so quickly right now. It'd be beautiful.
What are you talking about, Runo? Do I have more reason to distrust you?
Assassin.
I should let Father know at once.
Yes, I agree. Anyway, Professor Asogi. Professor Asogi. That's a different guy. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. My bestest friend in the whole world.
He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. That I could ride his coattails. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And you certainly aren't one of them. I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Impact? Professor? Asogi? Asugi?
True that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. At the time. Definitely not anymore. Like, that would be crazy. He says while, like, looking at a camera. They are not involved in anything at all right now. They're very cool and chill. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, economics, and war. Anyways, Asogi was carving out a canter from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see. I mean, I already knew he was based.
You don't gotta sell me on it. That's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? Despite having one saved.
He saved your life? How did that happen?
He took a bite of gum gum. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. That was when the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
But Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden,
Like a peep. Coming with us.
we were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Flint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. They had no sympathy for his younger brother either. Because everyone just knows prosecutors in this universe. Like, everyone knows. Like, in the Ace Attorney universe, everyone cares about attorneys in general. Like, they check the news to see how the attorneys are doing. They have highly known reputations. Like, that's just the world we live in. I've been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zeke's alright. We've got him. Yeah, we got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, I let them kill you. Flint would never forgive me. Sogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. And after that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. It definitely didn't have anything to do with him being Japanese. That's definitely not. They definitely didn't throw him under the bus.
So awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Wanna fucking cry about it more? Wanna be even more of a racist now that we know your sad backstory?
Man, we feel so bad for you. That's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me, your new therapist. You see, I double both as a lawyer and a therapist. The professor, the reaper, and the inspector. They all walked into a bar. None of them ducked. It hurt them quite a bit. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I wonder if this is all fucking connected, just like it obviously is. Still can't quite believe that Gregson was was essentially the Reaper. Holy shit. My dyslexia misread that word in like 5 different ways. Giving assassination orders to Jezebel Brett? Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! I can't wait for your dad to talk about Wilson and then make me really sad. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Yo, I've been allowed back into... A new location has not been added. Don't fucking lie to me. You didn't add the location, you just unbanned me from it. Next. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. A wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too, actually. Luckily, we won't have to exist tomorrow. Oh wait, no, we have to trial tomorrow. 2 days from now, we won't exist anymore. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you agree?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Yeah, Wario! He's back! Time for me to get rehydrated so that I can play Wario. Ah, Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely! What a charming young lady, and you are? You better not say your last name. Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? You're much younger than I imagined. That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Also, I was friends with your dead father. He was pretty cool. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know. Holy shit. Oh my god. Boys got fucking destroyed there. Hell? Okay, I think that's better, hopefully. Hopefully. Not a guarantee. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Hee hee. Wouldn't be smiling so airy if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Because, man, I think you're as sick of this trope as I am. Ah, then, young Naruhodo, it is a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. I was an invitee to the symposium. I was allowed to observe from the gallery. After I twisted some arms, and broke a few of them, very fun. And I must say it was truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you. You know, I do my best. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there, because apparently I'm a piece of shit that everyone hates. Oh, no, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. The prosecution job is much easier. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Far more capable than you. You are a piece of shit that everyone hates. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. Especially since you've only did, like, what, 5 trials? It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear. Like, he's just blushing, his face is all red. You know the fucking, like, the Goofy getting embarrassed pose of, like, he's pulling his full fucking face down and has his ear twirled around his finger? That's what I'm imagining Naruhodo doing. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh yeah, that favor you never asked me? Oh no, you did mention something like that, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
Huh? I don't think he said that right, but oh well. I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. I wonder how he's gonna play into all this bullshit. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, we didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today. That was Barrett, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
Oh no, it was the orange one. I see. What you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. And you might be more used to them than you think. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
Oh, really? That's very on the nose. I beg your pardon. Like, really? We're going with that pun? We couldn't have done a little bit better. Did you say assassin? You mean that Jezebel Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? My non-specific great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed! Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend of Professor is talking about, yeah, we know. Please reiterate it more times, please. Anyway, let's talk about Dr. Wilson's death. I've just remembered something. It was Dr. Wilson who died. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That is rather out of the blue. That didn't sound like Wario.
He's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes. You just tried to leave me behind. Oh, I will. Eat my fucking dust, kid. She books it. She fucking books it.
Oh, that young girl. She's called Iris Wilson, is she? It's a good thing her name isn't Iris H. Wilson, or else then her father would be dead. That'd be unfortunate. She is the author of all those adventure stories, starting the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yeah, I know. That's the name of her father, you see?
Her father? Oh, is that why she's relevant again? I was deeply indebted to the man for all of the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Jezebel Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? It's almost like it was a political killing. Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Mr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Well, you know, that's all fucking... What the fuck? We need to find Rob Smith. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yeah. It's a good thing she's been here the whole time.
We are back with cinnamon biscuits. Bruno, eat them.
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. They smell a bit like, cyanide. Interesting.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
How's Goku doing? We haven't seen Judge Goku for a while. Oh, well, you know him. He's off fighting someone. It's his favorite pastime.
That guilty is still ringing in my ears.
What an asshole. No, now that you mentioned him, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the Imposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the Great Excavation. That's still happening? I guess it's only been like a week.
Reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself?
Oh yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial.
Closed trial of Kazuma's father.
Ishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. You see, he did a full input on the witness stand and suplexed it. It was very cool, but people were mad about it for some reason.
Oh my.
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. He told the Empire to go fuck themselves, and they were like, well, now we have a reason to throw you in prison. Thank you, Japanese man. So it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. You should be more worried about the fact that he got thrown in jail for that. Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Oh yes, talking to Shishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we took together here yesterday, please. Alright, how the fuck is this gonna be relevant in the case? Britain seems to shout, we arrived in Britain. Okay, how the fuck is this gonna be important? You know, most pieces of evidence I can, like, formulate a way where how they're gonna be used. This one I'm kinda stumped on. How the fuck? What part of this? Is it you? Goku? Don't look at me like that. You know what you did. I don't know what you did, but you know. See, we're gonna have to point out this guy has a fucking handkerchief and he doesn't. This is crucial evidence.
No, that's so true.
The favor?
So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
Want me to do...
What?
Father, what is the meaning of this?
Susato, you should understand. You're also coming back to me to Japan. You've seen our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judiciary is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible, really quite urgently in fact. We just need the one.
I've not been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports and I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there is no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
Oh, you'd be leaving then, Muno? No, Iris is gonna get abandoned. But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
I don't know, fuck off. You came here to serve as Asogi's judiciary assistant.
Oh yeah, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment, in this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion that you must take. I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yeah, alright. Sure. You won't leave, will you, Muno? No! You can't pull that card on me, Iris. You can't look at me with those eyes. Those big ol' sad eyes. Iris, don't you know that's called guilt tripping? And you're an asshole for doing it. You can't express how you truly feel to people. That's called guilt tripping. Thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so I can kind of just do whatever. Where does that leave me? Now I have to have my own personality? Ugh. Disgusting.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with my information about assassin.
Of course, Father. Thank you. Please don't show up again for a while. The Wario voice is really wearing on me.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. That's mostly what we do. We're just the gag characters.
I would be delighted. As long as you have enough money. The best of luck for tomorrow. And, give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yeah, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama was always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yeah, no doubt. Anyway, let's go talk to him. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Of course they had such a stupidly named character. That's how this series works. Mr. Shlomes? Early, where have you been?
I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to be more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yeah? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. You see, Mr. Naruhodo, I've been hiding on the ceiling this whole time. Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
And why the fuck would I trust him? See, well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Shlomes. He's more of a mustacher.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
Don't read it. No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Susato. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct?
Which isn't exactly. Shut the fuck up, Naruhodo. I am always correct. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. Certainly have no time to hide behind settle and eavesdrop on other people's conversation.
That's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the sending of this to your hands then, my dear fellows.
Wait a minute. Don't go down that wormhole, you motherfucker. Get back here. Son of a bitch, get back here. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. Left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. I'm gonna murder that man. He knows we're tight on money, just like him. I must catch up with father at the telegram office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away. Me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Schlump's bill. Oh, well, no one's here anymore, so I guess I'll go fuck myself. Let's go check on this guy. Man, my mic does not pick me up when I back off for a while. Because I want to do like a gag where... I like doing gags where I'm backed away from the mic and just kind of yell into it, but then it just doesn't pick me up, and that sucks. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. The lawyer. So again? Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget. Yes, you should be sorry. The prosecution was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. That much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that, even if it is true. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now. Fuck. I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
Perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil, you know we don't believe you, and we never will. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, tell us anyway.
I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
I don't know, I'm not a good judge. Like, I also probably would have jumped out the window. You know, when backed into a corner, jumping out the window is always like a good backup plan.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
Details of the Reaper's marks, yeah.
It was when he had carry out those...
Find a way to, like, just wake up permanently. I hate being yawny and tired, it sucks. I don't like it. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf?
Oh, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was there.
So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
Prisoners by those two red-headed fraudsters.
Yes, we already established that.
So you always make a point of showing Gregson's identifications and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
As you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
I had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. And at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot.
Why weren't you already in there, then?
It was at midnight on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution.
Not the prosecutors, the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Arclair was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the police was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. The things that were put up my ass.
something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes.
Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken to its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. Chief Warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And that was me. And after that, no member of the staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the laboratory to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean you just were fine with that? Alright. I was like, nothing suspicious here, and then went along my day. And then I threw myself out the window. Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. Coffin was taken out through the main gates and disposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. Early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to set Genshin Impact free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? Well, you'll have to play the fucking case to find out. What do you mean? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. That somebody was not me. Now let me look away from you to make myself less suspicious looking. Obviously you knew the man then? The professor, I mean. Genshin Impact. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Mind telling us what you know? No, I would never. Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of judiciary, they called him for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. And at less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. Oh, sorry. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean by that, though? But what do you mean? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quite quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. Almost like he didn't do it or something. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. There's 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Were you really responsible?
I am guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another life, yes.
Okay, so he gave a non-specific answer, meaning that he ended someone's life. He just wasn't a professor. Cool. Following day, the closed trial took place and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. What? I saw a really big spider. The last will and testament of Genshin Impact. Ooh. That's not all that strange, though. As I said, it was the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Last will and testament, then. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it back behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Sogi's incarceration, you see. Oh, what sort of conditions? What'd you do to him? Even though he was held in a cell designed for a condemned inmate, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. He was allowed his thing? He was allowed to keep his sword. Just for funsies. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing material. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was permitted from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. It's almost like they were trying to hide human rights violations. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him on his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. Why did you just hide behind your back? Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. The only person who's seen agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A will be a weapon? I decided to pretend I've seen nothing, and let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What do you mean, it vanished? It seems that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. That mysterious will. The Will's disappearance. Alright, now we gotta find Will. Who the fuck is he? The only person who saw Asogi's will, but now it's trapped within his soul. Somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. Poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "It cannot have disappeared completely." I don't remember what voice I gave him, so we're just gonna go with that one for now. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understand that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prisoner and governor know to look for it? Oh yeah, you're right. Well, because I told them, obviously. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seems as though he knew of the will's existence from the onset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was the Asogi Papers. Asogi Papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Missile in the way you blocked it all from your memory. You see, I didn't really block it from my memory, I more so gave myself a bad concussion when I jumped out the window. I've forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, you're wrong, and stupid for believing this isn't relevant to the case. Thank you for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. Wife, Evie, will be here shortly. So I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. What will happen of you now? Impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. Imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. Oh, that sucks. Anyway. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Bye. See ya. Ah, before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yeah? What's up? Asogi Papers. Be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? No, I just don't want you to bring it up. My understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. Revealing government secrets is kind of my thing, dog. Kind of my favorite activity. It became known that I'd remembered. Well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Fine. Some sort of will that Genshin Impact penned just before his death. Not Asogi. Asogi! Which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Virgil's governor. And we know precisely where to go back to. Back to Barclay Prison. Oh, we're going back there? I thought, okay. Oh look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realized they were used here as well. I imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place. Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? No, they just suffered through it, dumbass. Anyway, the sight of these things brings back good memories for me. Oh dear, did you injure yourself one and need to use some? When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle. Nice. Yeah. They contain powerful magic, those wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself. I will be back in a few minutes. Well, not a few minutes, just like a minute or two I need to use. Or investigate. Move. We gotta be on the move this whole time, otherwise we're gonna get fucking slawed, because this is a long-ass investigate. This is why I don't mind taking a little bathroom. Probably of just investigate. Of November, we're back here again. Back again, and about time too.
Back again, are you?
Yes, hello. Sorry about that.
I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, mate? Visual?
Yeah, luckily.
Oh, anywho. The laddie doesn't work here no more. So your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course, yeah, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the trot, just like the heads in there.
Aye, Dimmer, you kin very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
Oh, what brought you down here today?
Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually.
So,
We believe heard from Genshin Asogi's cell? I know we were just asked not to talk about this, but like, we're gonna talk about it instantly afterward. Fuck him. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something.
did I know sight? Genshin's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. Expression changed completely. We're clearly on to something. Dum, 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 dum. That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, eh? A shocking embarrassment. As the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. Coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Sith. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
A rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? Oh, handcuff.
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. Oh, that's very untrue, Iris. Just wait until you see the lead in these pipes. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he would have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, Dennis. Shown no responsibility myself. Shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anyone that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Syph forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with none, Kim. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic. Does anemic exist yet? I know that's a weird question, but, like, anemia, like, formally discovered at this point in time in 1900.
I suppose there's anyone who might still ken about what happened back then. Be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gorey.
Maria Gorey?
Aye, Syph's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee barons followed in her mam's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without the scalpel in her hand.
God, I am not good with this accent. I don't know what this accent is meant to be, but whatever it is, I'm not good with it. Ah, Plague Mask Girl. Yo, the cutie. Mama, what is this? Dr. Syph's daughter, Mia Gorey. We could do talking to her. Yay! Tell us where she is. So, she's Dr. Syph's daughter, but her surname is Gorey?
Oh, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't get into the ins and outs of it. Look, I didn't care that much about him. Grew up watching a man working with the bodies of folks who died in strange circumstances. I decided to do the same with their own life, and I understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me once that the wee lass always loved the mum's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Damn. Look, I already thought she was cool. You don't need to sell me on her. Well, then perhaps your mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, there was a life-changing case for all of us.
I really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm no happy about any part of this. A boot. I'm sad now. It took 10 years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. And you know, get up on it, laddie. Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Except I do, like, I'm here for the gossip. And I'm here to show you that you were all wrong about it from the get-go.
And you know, just say away now. Leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh?
Yeah, no, I still have more shit to talk about.
How do you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folks even in the prison who'd heard of those papers.
Oh, well. I can't tell Mr. Visual told me, although he can probably piece it together. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. Been led to believe that the papers were actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professor's, or rather Genshin Asogi's.
Nope. Don't know shit. Never saw him. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh. This the end of the silent treatment? Is my name Jimmy now? When did this happen?
Just signed your name change papers. You can't change it back now. Your name's Jimmy.
But I'm Japanese.
Too bad. You're Jimmy now.
Then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
I was know you're off at half cock there. Think you didn't quite get your facts straight. I was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh. How we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee hook round it. I'm sure I can find it. Ah, here you are. See?
Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Oh, so I can't read a word of these Japanese squiggles. Mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers?
Oh, of course they are. Definitely written by Asogi. Definitely not written by someone else and put here as a fucking diversion. It's not a cover-up. No mystery here, laddie, that's your lot. After all, the Stormish... Oh, the Lannisters are...
What the fuck are you saying? Lannister of an execution.
We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. Yeah, obviously. What do you mean? We have our fucking family photo in evidence. Why would we not have this? Right. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, not to your wife? Okay. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. We'll see how that plays out later.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, yes?
Those papers are not to go with Gregson's death. I prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office, or rather, I would have just preferred it, consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand. Well, it is going to relate to his death, so, sorry.
Where is... Can we not speak to Gori yet? We don't have her place opened up at all. Let's pay Kazuma. Done everything else we can. Yo, Kazuma, have you stolen this office for yourself? Good shit, dog. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Wow, he stole a whole building just for himself.
Always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in the dark corner.
It's his habit to sit Saiza style whenever he's working.
Azuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. Took much longer than I thought to do everything else before now. I did! I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
And you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream in advocating in the British courts. Never imagined for 1 second that I would be as a prosecutor. A dirty prosecutor.
Seeing you stand in the foreign courtroom so gallantly, realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. Isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. Learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Goku, and about what happened with your father. And you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you. I just want to hear it from you. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Alright, first I want to examine anything in here that is worth examining. I don't see any shovels or ladders, so no. No, I think we're good. There's a little play of of the crime scene. That's cute. You built that yourself? Getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Burga. We're heading across the ocean. I know. We know. Thought I'd lost my best friend forever. Must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. A narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in a cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the dock. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do. Someone no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. A calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
No.
Yes, it must have been.
No, it wasn't.
It must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship.
I have no idea of the situation, but I have a feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of the foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey.
This is why this is gonna take a while. I missed some.
No, I didn't. Okay.
Sorry, my brain is taking a while to catch up to it for some. This is not fully on right now. My brain is like half on, half off at most. What do you?
Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled and I was totally at a loss. Especially since I couldn't understand what literally anyone was saying. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Though, I had 2 feathers in my cap.
One being your knowledge of English, I suppose?
That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at the countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. Yeah, I know, we just said that. You don't have to reiterate it already, guys. Come on.
Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, then?
I don't know. Dumb luck. That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. See, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
That have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Now you see, I didn't have any memory of my knowledge of the law, but I still remembered it regardless. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
Then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back and got to take off your edgy, funny mask.
Yes, I did.
Ever since I first met you, talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I will be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago.
Oh, you know he's sinister because he has that awful mustache.
When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. I was a boy! Took a photograph together the day before his departure, my last memory of him. What I remember most about my father, unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my. Oh, this is my fault again?
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. Even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. However, I knew he was a lying-ass bitch.
Oh.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no. Oh no.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all these years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, could have been present at the closed trial. That letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I mean, you had to find out some way.
There weren't very many good ways to find out, to be fair. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear to resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. How would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. The first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Now, wasn't that terrible. It was pretty based, actually, now that I look into it, but I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
Oh, you didn't show it to Kotoba?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, being a little bitch liar like that. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku.
Ah, to the other visiting student. To Mr. Goku.
Faltered briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. In that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise.
Goku would never.
A year later, my benevolent mother succumbed to the strain of grief. She too passed away. That's when I made up my mind on that day, without fail. I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. I will reach out to the truth. It's the only thing that matters in this game. We have to have a fetish for the truth, or else you have no right to be here. I won't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
We learned today in court turned things completely on. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Bertrand Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
Clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? Real question, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Who could it possibly be? Yes, Eric Van Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. He didn't have a grudge for sure.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it.
True.
When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Except for that one person he probably killed by accident in some way. And that caused him to say the thing. Like, oh, I've taken another man's life, I'm guilty. When in reality, he wasn't the mass murderer. He just took, like, one man's life by accident. Contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Alright, cool talk, man. Anyway, now what? You sure we've asked every... Something we need to show... Kazuma, what do you make of this? Only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. Well, what if we discuss something that's not evidence? How do you think of this? This isn't evidence, this is a family photo, you bitch. What the fuck am I meant to ask him then? Here, this is still in our inventory for some reason. Like, this is gonna be important somehow later. Gotta find something. We're not gonna find out shit. Did all that. What the fuck else? Oh, this is all stuff we investigated last chapter. Guess this we didn't investigate last chapter. What the? It's a scale model of the... It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh yeah, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Come on, you had fun. Alright, well that wasn't helpful. Seems like they still want us to do something here. Sure, we've asked everything we need. Fucking, oh, what else do we have to ask? Do I have to present everything I have to everyone? You like the fireworks? Oh, this one's different. The Reaper, at last I get to take my revenge. Kazuma, Lord Van Zieks isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of fair trial. You mean like the one my father had? A closed trial now, too. Conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. Even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man what he really is. Kazuma? Oh, you're being a little poopy head. Come on, man. Feel about this.
I was shocked when I found out they were related to the case, the Red-Headed League, I mean. Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that surprised me. It was the fact that so many red-headed people gathered from all over London that day. I expect those two to be in their cells as we speak, wishing they'd never dreamt up their little plan. Maybe they're busy plotting their next one, you never know, they could be getting kinky with it right now. Yeah, I'm sure we've asked everything. Strange connection. Maybe we have to go here? And we haven't gone here today yet, so there's probably something to talk about with Ginna. Or not. A candle as a timer device. Very ingenious. As he says, as he's the one who thought of it. A loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van Ziek arrived. Only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Yeah, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure. Which may not have done you any favors either, actually. I think you were just destined to be the culprit in that case. That Gregson didn't really die in here at all, maybe. Where on earth could he have been killed? One way or another, we're gonna find him. I'm gonna getcha. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, sorry. When I start thinking of it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty. Kill them. Such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression, yeah. Couldn't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like sore thumb. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. Mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo. I wasn't. Said that, and now I'm considering it. You know, we could have some fun here, like, we don't need to be all business. Lots of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Three of Lord Van Ziek's defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly... But all these people had a background of dubious dealings. In the end, of course, the board itself concealed the Spectre's own death. Aye, it really doesn't bear thinking about it. Photograph. There's photograph! It's a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. Transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of huge boner. Convincingly. Though it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. Almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times. That was his true self hiding behind the mask. Mask that is...
Guess we can go here for a sec, see if there's anything. I'll just try going everywhere until I find something that's helpful. Already talked about that. Best to find what the fuck we gotta do. You have anything new? No, you don't. There. Sure we've asked everything we need to? I guess not. I guess it's time to just present you with literally everything. This literally just present everything until we find something that. How do you like this photo? Brain shuts off while. I don't know how to stop that. Just do it. No keyboard. Did that one? I don't know if we did this. Oh wait, this came up in the trial, didn't it? Something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report? Yes. There were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. Dr. Gory. Well, yeah, we already had that name. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner, too. Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. By Barclay Prison, you mean? Didn't we already know where this was? Like, we were there, like, a week ago. Prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today, and by later today, I mean right now. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? Giving me this sword back. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Oh, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Haruma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Waring States period. I came from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Then you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Haruma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Haruma?
Does sound formidable, that's for sure. Interesting. Well, I'm sure they won't end up being a shithead. Von Karma reference! 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. Aw, look at his little smile, he's so happy. That, all thanks to you. It was an honor. Kazuma! Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. You've said barely anything to me. You haven't even kissed me yet. No, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. You now have cognitive thinking skills. You didn't have that before this whole adventure. You completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you fucking say that after all this bullshit? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper. It's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. Whoops. I knocked my phone off the table. I fucking knocked it off right good, baby. Get off. I'm gonna prove as much in court tomorrow by whatever means necessary. I can't... Oh, wrong voice, whatever. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I'm gonna prove you wrong. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. But isn't that your job? Don't expect nothing less. I won't be taking any prisoners. I'm going to kill Van Zieks. Till tomorrow, then. The Old Bailey. Alright, well. Forensics lab! Why did we need to learn where this is again? Oh, the plushies! The plushies, the skeleton, the owl, the crow. It's so good. I love this aesthetic. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Oh, it's cool. Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? No! We can change the subject to how fucking cool it is to kill people and, like, dissect their bodies. What was that? Oh, there she is. Dr. Gory. We're the people who locked up your mother. Hi. What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. Been following the collagen fibers in the dermis. An expertly sharpened scalpel. That's like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh yes, please. I'd love to see. I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I'd do very meanly. I mean, maybe some other time. Is that a tut? Why are you upset with me? I came here to ask questions, so... Hello! Hey, what's with that time of death? We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
Oh, Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Good. Dr. Safe has some ruffles, at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being, anyway. Time being? You mean until we die? Hope that's a way out. Hope that's a ways off, is what they said. My brain. It's a thing. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Well, not until 2 days from now, when I'll cease to exist after the game stops, you know, happening. Surely there's some less dramatic way of making her listen. Alright, what I gotta show you? I just gotta show you this. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry?
The skin didn't sag my blade once. Very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details.
No, you cannot.
But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump. Yo,
Then please, tell us what happened.
yo, okay, good. Tell us more. Why are you a ghost? I know it's because you work with dead stuff and thus they make you a ghost for the sake of thematics, but like, damn girl. You whiter than snow. Look like a fucking jalapeno would kill you. So why does this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Mal Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here.
Lord Strongheart came? He only does that to clocks.
He said that from the witness statement about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instruction. And sooner or later, you're gonna go to the same way as your mother. Oh shit. I didn't expect Ryunosuke to say that shit.
Give it here, then.
Scribbling so furiously.
There.
Written. What? What she's written, tell us. Intermediate? Indeterminate. What? Okay, interesting. You know, you could just have like 3 different conversations. We don't need to keep changing this one. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
The specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. And the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. That fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yeah. What are you really trying to say? That it was obviously earlier, you fucking idiot.
Possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of petrification. Putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot. The damn fish is the clue!
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. We've been freezing people since time immemorial.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device.
It's almost like someone super high-ranking and obviously involved with this case was the one who did all of this. No, definitely not, but...
No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No. No, stop. That's crazy.
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerators of that side in the vicinity. Which, you know, like a liar would.
Yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. Apparently, your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. How old were you 10? What point in time would this... You would have been 9. So, you know, you might have memories of that time.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Flint Van Zeeks as well.
What? Really? Brother of Lord Van Geeks. The professor's final thing. Fuck. I wish I had... I wish I had a counter for every time that I mixed up the words professor and prosecutor in this case. Because it's been a lot. It's been a lot of time.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy proved the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. All this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Van Zee. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. Lol, very proud girl. She is so happy for her. Look at how happy she is. Like, you can tell she's thrilled. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory? Oh, okay. Drink first? Confirmation. Yeah. Professor's execution. His first big case had to be Barclay prison execution for a certificate firm that con death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. So proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. Oh, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. Want to know? Sure, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean, because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody, too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. I doubt there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. They just found a good scapegoat for it. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Mention the autopsy of Clint Van Zee. Could we see that? Can we get that for us? That'd be cool. At the time when carrying out autopsy of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. Turned out that he was the professor's final victim. When the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh, that's right, my daddy! There was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? Who could it be? And my father, Eugen Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. You really should have figured that the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. Look at how fucking happy she is. I love her. She's so cute. I love her design. put that fucking mask back on her. Like, she's cute with and without the mask. She's adorable. I love her. That's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer somehow. Are we not gonna, like, clarify on that? Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us more? No. Would you like to see the records for yourself? What? Would that be alright? I mean, if I can. What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V in the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade. Thank you! Let's see. Gimme. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeek. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? No, no one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. You're right. They're gone! Oh, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? Yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day asking that he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean... Sherlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. God damn. You think he stole the records? I'll fucking kill him. No, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris is just like pulling her collar like, I don't know. It seems like something you do, actually. Iris? Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm gonna leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Are you, having trauma because of all this? Maybe we shouldn't have brought you on this murder investigation. We'll come with you, then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. A minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Aw, you stole the records, Iris! Yes, 2 years ago when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yeah. Actually, no, I was dead back then, but I'm alive now. I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? Behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Almost like she stole the document. In that case, we won't take you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. And next time you come, I'd prefer if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. Look, I'm not... I have a busy schedule. I'm not able to die yet. It's not in my budget. Records of Clancy's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask. God, this room is so fucking cool. I like this room a lot. We've already investigated everything in your last case, though. Is there anything important? No, I don't think so. Alright, well now what do we do? Nope, that's not meant to do. Get me out of here. I don't believe we visited this place in a while. Alright, yeah, that means that's where we gotta go. That's our clue. Our clue. What's in here now? The police are still busily investigating in here, then. Looks like everything's the same, except it's a little case. But Kenna's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? And by wait, you mean look at that case? Actually. New thing. There's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? You could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Good thing we were already here and investigated everything again, except... No, we investigated the noteboard again. Noteboard. Little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside. Look. E.G. Hyper-Librarian. The gall! It's a TG monster! I knew they were getting new support, those motherfuckers. The Time Genie never fucking stopped getting support. It's not gonna be a good archetype, guys. Give up on it. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oh, what do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Yeah. Where were you hiding? I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Ginna, but are you allowed to say dick in this game? Well, it's a rated M game, what you mean? Well, yeah, but we can't just say dick. That's too much. An adult can't hear that word, they'll fucking piss, shit, and cry. Well, spit it out, Odo. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everything, always has. Where have you been the last year? Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Look, I've been getting your ass off the hook. Don't be yelling at me. What's up with your boss? You should hear him talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. You mean the whole Reaper thing? I mean, they're probably saying that as, like, a sign of pride. Honestly, they're cops. You think they're like, oh man, I can't believe he would kill people. That's so fucked up. Like, oh, good shit, mate. He was an even better guy than we thought he was. My god. As they, like, cry a single tear as a bald eagle comes out their eye. They aren't even American, but they still have that promise, you know? They still have that feeling to them. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got scot-free. Yeah, the one prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well, then obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killing? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no. Can you give me that notebook? Can I see that? Can I get that in my evidence? Are details about all the crimes that have been pegged at the Reaper's work. What? Sorry. Excuse me. Did you see it, Ginna? Did you see that notebook? Can we see it? Can I get my hands on that? I wouldn't flaming let me, cause I'm just an apprentice, apparently. Well, it was me who found it. It was my boss. That's right, you should steal it. You're good at that. But I was pretty miffed about it, so... sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. That's our Ginna, girl. Love you for it. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? The way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. Well, not necessarily, but alright. And what had he written, Ginna? Dates, times, places, names. Oh, long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets are almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. The end of the list, you mean? Pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear. What a pity. Something else, too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... It's a good thing they didn't put her first name on there as well. That might have given the game away. Say Shin. Well, it does mean something. But Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deed. Now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. He had a crush. Oh no. On a woman? That's disgusting. You can't do that as a man. Not in this universe. I haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Ginna? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating in that. Lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. Day before. That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Oh, the boss didn't go, did he? He found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't ya, Odo? Yeah, we know. You don't need to flashback, we know. That's one of my biggest problems with games like this. Danganronpa did the same thing, with like pointless flashbacks. And like, I get it, we're separated things into chapters. So like in some respects, I get it. You're supposed to put down and pick up the game. Like, I still don't like them. Not a fan of the flashbacks. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. The dog! When me and my partner here got together, it's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby, he's such a faithful friend. The puppy! So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business, innit? Ugh. Anyway, point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know to turn to, Rot. Me and the Hellhound here. Right. He looks oh so hellish, honest. Off to Hellhound. About your Hellhound there. Got distracted for a bit because sometimes I just get distracted by my own mind. Never know when it happens. Ah, Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is? Japanese police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. Ah, don't worry, there are plenty of puppy girls who'd love that. Though also many that would hate it. Like, you get to be a dog, but you also work for the police? Like, fuck. How can you be both sides of the moral spectrum? Could be, after all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day. It was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? You have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder. Oh yeah, probably a hairpiece. Yeah, that makes sense.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Oh. Sniffa, sniffa, sniffa. Might be a little too keen, don't you think? Why is Ginna looking back there like that? Like, oh, no dog there, rotting out the shitter. Chief Inspector made short work of Ginna there. Oh, look what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Oh, that's fine. Guess that was a dumb secret to hide. It's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. If it weren't for a stupid dog. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Oh, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Ginna. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Tell me! Give me the trunk! The metal trunk! What, lock that? It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through your heads of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Tell me more. I wanna know. The juicy deuce. Well, like I said before, we weren't trying to trace the boss. We were trying to chase the boss's movement. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as he was done that, he went off like a shoot. Straight to that sandwich. Sandwich? Not a bag of chips? He's able to eat other foods? What the fuck? Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Ginna means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had it hidden between those wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly, he nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be eating it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. Would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog. Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. How could they? Very easily, actually. It's not that hard to do to meddle with a crime, I mean... One of the easier crimes to commit. The only hard part is finding a crime. So anyway, that's how it happened. Pretty decent trunk. So I figured it might as well make use of it. There's something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police! You know, if you wouldn't mind, we're not talking to you right now. Maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. We need. Before you start barking, gotta check out this evidence. Flash here. You seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? Gone right through the leather and into the metal behind it. Gosh, for a metal chest like this, it must have been pretty badly damaged. Whatever made that gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. Oh god, I just remember we're gonna have to loop that fucking collar into this somehow. Like the collar from case 2, that's gonna somehow also be involved in all this. We don't know how that shit's getting involved yet. Wonder how that happened. Oh, blued. This dark stain here, do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh, I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. The most logical conclusion, yes? I think Gin has been carrying this around with her. Any better, I suppose it does look like a stain from all the fish and shit. I guess we technically already know. Like, it could be a bird. How do we open this fucker up? Inside. Oh. That's you. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? You already know about that. You already know he's being transferred to Paris. Oh. What is it? It's for travel on 31st of October, just one day before the incident. What, really? Oh, this is different from what we did. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? How the fuck did he get back here? Else? Not the little book? Nothing? This thing? Anything over here? Oh. Oh. Here's something. See that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk here. It's glittering. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly, I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think.
Not gonna add that to the... Alright, interesting. Oh yeah, the passport. Gregson, ACD, 0522. In 1 week from the 31st of October. Destination, Port of Dunkirk, France. Purpose of travel, police business. Notes, permission for the applicant and 1 additional person to travel. Okay, so he was doing that soon. Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Oh god! 3DS graphics! Whoa!
Toby, oh, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off.
Face.
Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo, get it quickly. Hail a carriage.
Don't worry. Needed to die in order to get the achievement. That's one of the achievements for this chapter. Bloom.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright?
Miss Susato. Ah, conscious again at last. The blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, a drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemingly.
What is or isn't seemingly is irrelevant here, Mr. Shlomes. Collapse to the floor now! I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? This on my head. A bandage. Sadly, we have no ice. Oh, that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh, bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Well, before I do literally anything... Where is it? I need that achievement. Give it. I'm really sorry.
It's daft, isn't it? If you asked me a year ago, the cops could go hang for all I cared. We've got to have police, ain't we, to catch the bludgers?
Yeah, not really.
So us divers can go about our business in peace.
Wait, sorry? I don't think I didn't have heard that properly.
Said he was going to teach me everything I needed to know to be a detective. But all he got round to showing me was where the best flaming fish and chip shops are.
Actually, that's pretty important, actually. Gregson said he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he? Something wrong?
Oh, no. I'm sure I'm reading too much into things. Just that the timing seems very coincidental. You know, the boss was acting a bit strange recently. Like he was always in a rush.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, achievement. It popped up in the corner. It didn't show, I don't think it showed on my layout here, though. Back here. Dr. Shlomes. Are you there, Shlomesy? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Shlomes. I always figured you didn't give a shit about my life.
I
dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you've been attacked by a dog. For a moment I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. Again. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? What the fuck? No, but let me look at your neck more, Mr. Naruhodo. Quite nice, isn't it? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. Even dogs hate mustard, it's a fucking abomination. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Cool. I don't think that helped us at all. 2nd November, Schloms.
Her mit dem Schwarzbierch-Gebot, brodend wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es
Going
mir
on.
verbrannt, ach
What the fuck is happening?
deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker, ich
This music
befahl,
is,
hart wie ein
interesting.
Diamant.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Who's playing this? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Did you kill that man? Iris, what's the matter? Pout. Who is that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris? Even listening? How dare you ignore me while you're in distress? Fuck you. Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Is that Wilson? That is corpse. No, he's been dead for way too long, actually. A croning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. Yo! Thank you for the raid, Sunshine. Oh, and Clown Boy. Yo! Thank you both for the raids. Oh shit! Melly Berry, what the fuck? Hello! Thank you for the raids. What's up, everyone? How y'all doing? Horsecock raid! No, that makes sense with this game, actually. No, it's fitting, don't worry about it. Horsecock raid! Mr. Schloms, do you mean this man was killed by a horsecock? Holy shit! I never would have guessed! Yo, Quinn, what's up? Hi! I didn't expect you to be up at this point in the day. It's like 1 AM for you, ain't it? Welcome, welcome! Apparently we're discovering this man got killed by a horsecock. Apparently this is what's happening now. Say the thing. Brains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia. My thing won't let me do the thing. What? Twitch, it's banned me from fun. I should have known Twitch would do such a thing. Whilst the other is a more so theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet, except her model hasn't changed.
It's nice to see all of y'all. What were y'all streaming? Oh, I do love seeing the random emotes just bouncing around. Sometimes you see them on your end, but I always see them on my end. Because sometimes they just go off into a corner that, like, all the way over here, in this to the left of me. Con DIC. You know, I am somewhat of a monster fan myself, seeing as I am an owl. I mean, I'm basically a harpy. You can't see very well because of, like, I'd say myself as a harpy. See my leg. What the fuck is on the ground here? Oh, the emotes fall to the ground? Oh, they just, like, stick to the ground like confetti? How long does that stay there? What the fuck? The legs. Exclusive leg. Oh, too close. Too close! Too close to the camera. Back up. Ah, fuck! Thank you, Quinn, for the raid! I was wondering why you... I have been bonked again. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. Oh yeah, I guess, finally Horsecock raid! Let's fucking go! To explain what's happening here, we're in, like, the deep end of Great Ace Attorney 2. We're, like, nearing the end of the game. Yo, thank you for the follow, Clown Boy. Clown Boy. We were playing together. Yeah, that makes sense. I figured as much. That's what was happening. Oh god, that is still very loud. Jump scare. Thank you for redeeming the hoots. We hoot. As usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by that I mean, we're gonna have to fuck around for like an hour to get to what you're actually talking about. Ooh, hydrate. We'll hydrate. I shall leave my children here and pass out. Holy shit. I didn't know you had kids. Damn, things have changed a lot in the past year, a few years. Holy shit. By the time my own is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. A great stream. Thank you, Quinn. It's so nice seeing you again. It's been a while. I'm always happy to see you. So then, to Music Land. To Music Land! Let's fucking go! Where all the sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Herlock Shlom's latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. A great deduction. A game is afoot. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. The fucking song. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his abrupt inability to understand when asked to dissect. Why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for this man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our gentleman guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, resulted in his joyous ditty tumbling
incessantly from his lips. Clearly, this must be what happened. I eagerly await sapping the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation.
Runo, please make him shut the fuck up. I'm not liking this anymore.
Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly to the settee? As it happened a number of years ago, a certain gentleman of German origins engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that must have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived in my office in a mask. That gentleman's name was William Gothrel Sigmund von Orsman. Fuck. I'm going to pretend like I pronounced that even slightly correctly. The King of Germany. My memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical.
Oh, I think I know which one this is referencing. I don't remember the name of it, but I definitely remember this plot line in a Sherlock Holmes thing of, like, he was sending letters to a girl and wanted to get those letters back, and, like, Sherlock gets outsmarted by her because he underestimates her. Like, I remember that story. It was very, groundbreaking for its time, because it's old as shit, and thus the idea of a woman outsmarting a man was, like, controversial back then. But soon, we're getting there in real time, back again to where that's controversial to say. The internet is full of little fucking shitheads who love to argue about everything. And just love hating everyone.
Yes, there can be no question, that mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has dedicated to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Yep, that's the conclusion. Easy money. Wrap it up.
Girl's silent.
Leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Your apparently inexhaustible silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness. And for only wait, was it 5 shillings or 5 pounds? Yeah, for only £5. You could have gotten far more out of him. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris?
Don't fucking look at me like that. What? Get out of here.
Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. Oh, a hook! You were attempting to abstain with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Nor should I say the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris tried to conceal it from me. This is bullshit. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. This one checks out. We don't have to fix this one's conclusions. Thus concludes Herlock Sholme's great deduction. This painful puzzle. I'm sad now, Naruhodo. This fucking song. I forgot. I keep forgetting about it. Your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in my ears, does it not?
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Miss Susato, do tell. I'm fine now.
His Royal Highness...
We get a little closer.
Doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. He's, like, clearly dead. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. Did you kill this man? Like, we won't tell anyone, that's kinda cool. Did you kill the King of Germany? Mr. Sholmes has it all right. You might as well open up to it now. Alright, he has nothing right, cool. Well, reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia? True. I do remember that, actually. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Goetz, the prince, testified to that in court. His words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask that you keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to the number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yeah. Even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be suddenly wide of the mark this time. So it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. Need to find the truth behind how she killed this grown man. One truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Sherlock Holmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Boom, course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. You're getting a little fucking wild out here. As usual, we just go ahead until we get an option. A coffee cup. Alright, no. So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I'd like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I've said, he's been stuck still the entire time, if you look closely. His lips aren't moving either. This is clearly a recording. I'm not sure what's actually responsible for that strident singing. but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. The end of Iris's gaze. Stop.
That'll be the gramophone. We gotta press it first.
Wait, this is a gramophone. Still rarely seen in our country.
Er mit dem Schwarzbier
The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machine singing? That can't be right. Witchcraft again! Kill him! Technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too.
Ah! Too much for my brain. Ah!
Well, at least we found our answer.
Okay, cool.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone.
Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all, in fact. It would appear that the fellow is unconscious.
Den Zahnen zwei
Ah, music seems to have stopped now. we could have done that at any time. Ask you, Naruhodo? Yeah? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settle? Right. Yapping about the king of Germany. Yapping about a different story that just is not involved in this one at all. Not even going to try and pronounce that one again. The king of Germany. Alright. Question mark. I know we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia. Seems Mr. Schlomes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Well, he just likes being corrected by you. He's not... You know, he's just into that. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz? The boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. You know, conceal all the crime they're doing. That mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. As we can identify the true owner of this mask. Was it not Doggies?
Take that!
Yeah, okay. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is subliminally unreliable. We already knew that. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. So that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. Now, a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. It's Kazuma Mishima. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. Need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. Wario! Believe it.
Father?
I'm afraid, Miss Susato, you must be mistaken. No!
I think not, Mr. Schlomes.
And it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. this mysterious visitor.
Is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba.
Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying, using our eyes. Leaves us one remaining thing. Why did Iris poison this man? Okay, so why is Mikotoba even here at all? I guess Iris did invite him over earlier? So he's just kinda like, yeah, let's hang out. Why not? So that's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form.
I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all. Have we? Have we seen money at all, really? Like, not much.
Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence.
Well, we don't know that. Certainly seems like the silent type himself, Joe, so judging by his present state of being unconscious, man, this motherfucker don't talk ever. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose.
Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different.
Really oh.
Is it not the teacup?
Okay. Oh, it probably is the metal chip.
Take that!
Yeah, because it's open now.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest.
An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection there is something different about the chest's appearance. Kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go.
No, Hurley, don't!
Mr. Shlomes!
Hurley!
Dead. I can't believe this. You've killed 2 people today, Iris. What the fuck?
Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. I guess I should have been more specific in why not.
So, you found your voice now, Iris?
Oh, I thought this shit was over.
In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Shlomes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, like the fucking bastard he is. So I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. You know this is all related to the case anyways, so fuck it. Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before?
Miss Usato, I need you to realize that I've been bullshitting like 50-60% of all this. Like, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Sometimes you need to finger him first, and then you can think, sometimes after the fact.
Oh, well, if you say so, if that's how life works. think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. Oh, you have something in your hand. Okay, it was hard to see because of the panel.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silences until now is that key hidden behind your back. It wasn't hidden very well, but it was behind your back when Mr. Schlomes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try and stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands, no doubt the key to the chest. Oh, she had it in her mouth? I mean, that's a pretty decent hiding spot. Better than hand. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Schlome's graphic demonstration, he's now dead. But we can well imagine what happened here. What? Professor Mikatoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and subsequently fucking die and land sprawled on the settle. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea, and above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. What the fuck is happening anymore? Why is this relevant? I know it is relevant, but why? Professor Mikatoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what was awaiting him inside. The mask was flung into the air just as he was. Nope. Would have gone to the floor. The teacup's journey through the air opened when it was caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all. A piece of miraculous deduction. You must dance with me now. Would you expect anything less? Runo, you're so fucking stupid, actually. Yes, you're right, exactly. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. And why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Schlomes, you're not dead. He's back, alive again. Would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Is? Look on her face. Mr. Schlomes might be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. Fucking lied to get us. That is a good plan, though. Like, yeah, what you said was totally right, Naruhodo. Uh-huh. You're not stupid at all. I put it to you. You were attempting to afford with that coffee cup. Really is a shame about Mr. Schlome's cup. Must have been smashed when Professor Mikatoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. Now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Well, there's clearly something below here that we saw.
Take that!
been looking at that for a bit now, the second she picked up that plate. You were attempting to accord with that case file. She's so shocked. Shocked and awed.
Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no.
Visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks? Yes, I do seem to recall. Some years ago, I asked to see that report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there.
I'm sorry.
You're getting locked up forever.
Forgive me! Forgive me!
No! Throwing you in jail.
Introduction? Elementary.
Truth. I'd like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
Do you mean this autopsy report really is?
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Good. Now we can have it all to ourselves. The prosecution won't know what hit him.
Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing?
Your father's writing? What do you really mean? What the fuck do you think I mean? It's his writing!
Must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Well, yes, that's why she was silent for the last 30 minutes. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the set has been somewhat forgotten.
Father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yeah, of course, I'll help you carry him up.
Or will I?
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. You wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew.
Ba-ba-dum.
No better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. Wonder, that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more free.
Must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on.
Well, how's it going, girl? Would you like us to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that the notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right, Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way to describe him being dead.
And when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl your age. Except you're a super genius because we said so. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose, for a 10-year-old.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his story, his work with Hurley. But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out, is that right?
Yes.
What was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye? So can we have that report, though, in my evidence?
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
It was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there.
So you decided to steal it. Good. Good. Look, this has come up to be important now, so stealing is the correct play.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
Signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson.
That's how I finally found out. I learnt Daddy's name at last.
I see.
I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided then and there that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
You can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now, but it's more important to me. Why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Must apologize, Iris. Huh? This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think. Hey, no, before you do that.
Then let me look after it for you until we get there.
Flips it into her pocket. Yo, okay, good shit. Let me at it. And before we do anything else, we almost have 3 full rows of shit now. St. Van Zeeks, 33, British, time of death, 31st of May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds indicative of dual. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on
little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy, or petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. What? A single stab wound to the heart. But there was something recovered from the victim's stomach. Okay. I must go and water my herbs, I think. My herbs. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Shlomes is here for her, but still. What? How? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Shlomes? Mr. Shlomes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Sato? You've turned as white as a sheet. This autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo, the one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. What? What? Why? Professor Mikatoba, you two are related? Why? Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No! I don't know anything! What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Shlomes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my head, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Alright, what the fuck? Why are they related? This autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikatoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? Yes, we're going to gaslight you into this. 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. He pumped his seed into someone right before leaving so that he could abandon a second daughter. Oh, he was a double deadbeat. I knew he was scum. Prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikatoba engaged? Of course, he was an assistant to Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. As an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? He saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. A complicated situation. Man, it's almost like we make these complicated on purpose, huh? Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Shlomes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Herlock Shlomes, written by Iris. And that's the way I like to keep it, my boy. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Well, most of it's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So,
What about this supposed partners of yours? Did he really exist or not? You've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partners of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? Well, up in stairs in your bed. We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. On my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. Finally grasped the art of deduction. What? That wasn't much deduction, mate. Allow me to introduce you. My great friend and partner, Wario! Wario! Professor Mikotoba! Why are you awake now?
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
Oh, no, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikotoba, your father. I am still Wario.
Oh, of course.
Obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. You see, the only reason I ever came back to you was so that I could abandon a second daughter. I must say, though, oh, my old friend is a turned worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver, as the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Shloms. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. I remember it well. I just arrived from Japan with Shijiro and Genshin Impact. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Shloms, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. A case within which you've become rather familiar yourselves. The Professor killings. After the trial, Shijiro and I were summoned back home. And by summoned, I mean we were forced back home. Oh, Peter fucked up a little bit there. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. Time to save after my computer did that little weird thing it did. Just in case. The autosave was pretty recent, at least. But, you know, gotta be safe. So, there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. Amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Shlom's famous partner. Father, who did you cheat on Mother with? Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. Your daughter, very proud to learn that you were the Great Detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? Very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Of course, I'd almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us that all the notes about the Great Detective's adventure that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Shlomes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. What I told her was not the truth. But if you're Mr. Shlome's partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Ah! Oh no! On my word, Miss Susato, you are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You're finally grasping the art of deduction. Wah! Wah! What you've always told me, father, that my mother died when I was born 6 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris. Oh, there it is. Susato-san ice-cold stare. No, hold on a minute. It is very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. Oh, there it is. Now the eyes go from ice-cold to red-hot. No, really, you got the wrong end of the stick. Shlom, say something, man. Look. I came back to you. I didn't do it just because I wanted to abandon a second daughter. Quite enough, my fiery fellows. Get all dressed up. Well, this is what he's always been in. Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Shlomes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is it not obvious my partner and I must pursue our natural enemy? So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Shlomes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. God damn it, Shlomes. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 years. 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. As if it weren't enough. When I eventually regain consciousness, I'm pumped straight into all of this. Mother, please. Go with Mr. Shlomes now. And hope that I'm not quite as pissed off at you when you get back. Oh. I have no doubt that whatever happens, you are acting in everyone's best interest. At least you better fucking hope you were. Susato. And sending the Great Detective and his great partner off on a renowned adventure together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. I will reveal everything to you at some other point. So I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruto. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything
Resolve.
through.
Resolve! That's the name of the game! And we ain't done with this trial. The fucking... Oh, nope, that's episode 4. Okay. Episode 5 is... yeah, the final. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. So episode 5 is basically just a hard continuation of episode 4. Oh. That is what I had seen. I'm sure that that was the case. Yeah, after 4 hours of that, I think it is. Off. Great, and for the day.